What do you mean, hi? Welcome on in, Larkin. Good Monday? It is Monday, I think. Fuji, huh? Welcome back. Don't salute me. God damn. The whole French. That's it. How was the weekend? All day. The usual question. Uh, you know, it depends. And sometimes I can do stuff. And I don't know. Sometimes we have streams on the weekends. It happened 3 times. You believe that? 3 times. That's a fair point. Thank you. We had, yeah, most of the non-design weird stuff have happened on weekends. So in the beginning of the streams in 2021, I had some Overwatch streams, some I want to call it Tiny Island, but it's not Tiny Island. Stream, which is gaming stuff. And at some point, I wanted to do something else, which was mostly not working. And so I did that on Saturdays and Sundays. But that happened. It happened. I do agree that it hasn't been. Well, it hasn't happened in a while. That's what I'm gonna say. It hasn't happened in a while. Weekend was pretty good. I've had. Yeah, right. Hi, welcome in. I've had a thing where I started a project, and said project was okay until I tried to figure it out, and it didn't, and so I had to get rid of everything and start fresh again. So now we have a better foundation and then overall good things on that project. I don't think it's gonna work. I think it's way too complex for me to figure it out. So, yeah, that it's not really a sneaky early start. It's mostly like I still don't have a job, and therefore I don't have to start at 6:30. 6:30 is really, or 6:30 here is really my time. God damn it. Of I end work at 6. I have 30 minutes to set up everything, and then I can start. That's usually the reason, or the reasoning behind the schedule time, starting time, all day. I don't know what Stony did this weekend, last night, but I have a redemption that makes no sense. As in 16 hours ago? That? Really? So he might have been building weird things. He may have been building weird things, as in creating stuff like bots or automation, or just not knowing what to do and try something. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, probably doing some testing. 100%. But yeah, other than that, the project is going. I have feature number 1 Half working, but working. It's not working in combination with feature number 2, which is bad.
Jan Lunge just resubscribed for 11 months. Dude, hey.
Jan hi. Welcome on in. Welcome back. Thanks a lot for the resub. Appreciate it. How was your weekend? 11 months is it's almost a year. Dang. Congrats. That's a long time. Appreciate it. But yeah, they need to work together, and they don't. And we had confetti. And I saw confetti on my fingers. That was great timing. Um, and it it's not working. I have something that works better now than yesterday morning, which is good. But you know, again, I'm not disclosing what I'm talking about. Not yet. I will, maybe at some time, at some point, if it works. Again, I have a lot of doubts. Like, this project is way too complex for me, and it is also way too complex for the AI assistants that I'm using for the code for now. So yeah, that's a thing. 11 months is almost a year. Yeah, it is. But also, you don't have the reference, Larkham, so you don't know what it's almost a year means. Anyone that has a sub that is going through 9 months is sub baby. You take care of the child, and then 10 and up, 16, 24, 35, it's almost a year every time. So yeah, today has been really, like, not good, as in, Cat, welcome back. Most of the Claude has been, like, rate limited for most of the people, so it is not working entirely, and it's pissing me off because every time I'm asking something, it kind of breaks. But what? Let me see if I can just show you a bit of a non-snippet thing on another stuff. You can't see that yet. 1 second. But this is just so bad. I've been using this for the past few days, and obviously this means nothing to you. But this is Tray, TRAE, which is the cursor competitor by ByteDance. Stony, welcome back. And it is so much better. Yeah, no, it was kind of fun, Stony, to see this. Like this. What did you do? What did you do? I want to know. It is not nicer than Claude because they are still using Claude. Like, I'm not gonna lie on that. It's still Claude. On Tray, it's still Claude. It's the same model behind it. It's just, it has an interesting behavior. I'm not saying that it's good. I can't select DeepSeek. That is kind of sad. I'm trying to. I have kind of converted to DeepSeek immediately already into most of my stuff on my phone. It's DeepSeek as well. So, because it's free. can't really compete with free. But Tray is mostly the reason why I like it more than Cursor is because it is nicer. Yeah, but the DeepSeek config for Cursor is still relying on you having a Cursor subscription, I think. Like you can't really have no Cursor subscription and still use Cursor itself. And also because the model of DeepSeek hasn't been trained entirely on how Cursor works, it is kind of not the best. But it will come. It will come. Like me. So yes, I'm using this right now, which is pretty good. It's really a copy of Cursor, where things have the same icons because it makes sense. It supports all VS Code. The thing is, the UI is way nicer. I like it more, personally speaking. They have a real tray for like the settings. They have a real stuff, which is good. And the AI itself, the thing that I don't really like is it doesn't work the same way. Like in Cursor, you're here and you type like add file name and it works. Here you need to do hashtag and then go in file with like your arrows, press enter, look for the file in question that you need to have, and then you can have that. But you can't start typing. Like it kind of doesn't really work. Like right now, apparently they made an update and now it works, but it didn't work yesterday, or it didn't work this morning apparently. But it's kind of weird. You need to go through files and you need to very significantly say, I'm looking for a file, whereas in Cursor it's just add whatever the fuck you want and it works. So that is a thing. But overall, like the design of it is, to me, much better. The icons are really like clutter, but like also clean and tiny and nicer looking. That's good. They also have a thing that I wish I had, like the other Figma. They have these web view stuff, which basically implement the live server, roughly. I mean, not entirely, but kinda. Like basically anything that you have to or could have a preview of, usually like JavaScript and other things, would be available in the main tray as a tab. You can have a tab for previews, which means that if I were to be on, let's say, another folder, this is really white and I don't know why. That sounds interesting. I don't know why this fucking thing is light mode when my old computer is not that. But yes, I trust myself. I mean, not really, but I kind of do. Let me put that in a bigger view. For the that, I think if I go into the web view, it will, as soon as you start the app with having your regular this, and I think as soon as it launch, you should be able to get that, which is kind of interesting. Maybe it's not the right page, but it worked yesterday. Maybe it's just because I'm zoomed in. Nonetheless, it's a pretty nice thing to have. It was automated when I kind of started to run this thing and see how it works, all that. When they made an update, I could have a preview that was automatically added to the files to see how it would look, and that was pretty nice. So yeah, I like Tray for the design of it. I don't like it for how it's think. It's kind of out of place, and it doesn't feel as natural as cursor just yet. But because this is like ByteDance and they have money and it's free, and they will probably, again, because it's ByteDance and it's Chinese and DeepSeek is Chinese, they will probably integrate DeepSeek in there at some point, and that would be pretty good. But yeah, that's pretty nice. Let me keep up on chat because I missed everything. Um, you have a cheesecake in the fridge. That is pretty neat. Um, and yes, Yanlong, it does. Composer is much better because it does the thing for you, and if it has like to run commands, it just prompts you to um, run the commands and it does it for you, which is really good. But yeah, um, good. So this is not sus at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. What do you mean? I cleared the chat? I didn't clear the chat. This is gonna be weird. I feel like you are gonna have access to things that you shouldn't have access to. But yeah, that's pretty nice. That is pretty nice. I don't know what I'm looking at, but I'm looking at something. That's a bit of a. It's a bit of a too much thing. A bit of a too much, but yeah. I mean, if this, it's kind of breaking this, which is really not what I want. But that's neat. This is, again, I know you don't really care about that, but also that's broken. That thing which you worked on, it really need a skew. Just a skew. Just teeny tiny skew would make it like just skew. Again, it is so easy to put in place, and it will render the entire thing perfectly how you want it for your in, like the 10 degrees rotation, or not rotation, but like the 10 degree skew would be perfect. And therefore you have only to master or maintain a very strict and rectangular shape rather than having to have all of the angles and things that you have on your stream. So that's the thing. But that's interesting. There's things in the URL that doesn't get deleted. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm gonna say that. I forgot where the authorized things are. Nonetheless, this is pretty good as far as the name exists and what it does or what it did. I'm guessing stuff, and it's pretty neat because that's something that I will have the need of soon-ish. Maybe, potentially, not directly. I will, but you know, it's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. But yeah, these animations that you have here, these are pretty cool. The thing that I don't like, that's a very me thing, and it depends on you, you know, and whatever. Um, the shine, it's a bit cheap. It's it's a bit cheap. Not the shine on the border thing, the shine on when it goes out and it has like that element that just, you know, that. Also, this is delayed. Like that thing. That. I get it though. I get it. But also, let me explain why I don't like it, okay? Let me explain why I don't like it. It happens every time. And if it was like a thing that like highlighted or shine when a sub happened or when something specific happened, why not? But when it's every time, after the second one, you're like, yeah, fuck off. Like I've seen that, and it's the same thing as most of the chat animations, like the chat overlays that you see, or basically the one that you have made is kind of the same. It has a bit of the same ID, where the animation is sliding off the username, the profile picture, and then as a flag dropping down the message itself that has the thing. So that is something that is too repetitive too often compared to this thing, which I think it's on this side. This thing, we have no followers. Like most days, we are at 0, maybe we are at 1, and we see the animation once on that day, but that's about it. Like there is nothing more than this. That thing right there, that is starting to piss me off because it is the same animation every time. And that shouldn't. Like it should change, it should have some differences, it should have some interesting activities, but it doesn't. And so here, when I'm looking at the animation there, it's always the same. It's a thing that just slide in with the name and then slide out and slide in with something else and slide out and then slide in with the name and then slide out. That's the reason why I removed the thing that I had at the bottom of my screen. That was you can find me everywhere in YouTube, and then it slide out, and then on Dribble, and then it slide out, and you know, like that thing, the social disclosure thing. It's kind of the same idea. I don't like either it is a rotating thing, like my logo in the background here, that just It's just an animated element, and it animates, and that's it. But it doesn't really have animations or triggered animations, whereas this has a trigger animation. That's the thing. Yeah, but that's just me. The fact that it has the exact same animation every time, that it's the same shine every time, and that the colors are blending in. Like, I personally really don't like that. The fact that that color right here is fully blending in with the tray itself. Like, when you arrive here, like, you have that part that just kind of breaks. But other than that, you know. That's kind of weird. I guess I don't know. I don't know who's right on this one. I'm not saying that it's not nice, but I'm saying that it's not good. No, I'm saying that it could have um, things that makes more sense or things that are aligned. You know, me and my alignments. You know, like, I know, but still, they, goddamn. All right, cool. If you follow the Samsung guide, then yeah, we could. Nothing to say. Nothing to say. It's good. It's fine. Specifically, one of the reason what I would say that if you were to add the skew, it needs to be the opposite. It needs to have 16 on both sides, and maybe this is like 14 or 12, 10, roughly. And 10 top and bottom, because the top and bottom will not really be squished a tad, but not much. However, the angle at which it will look, like the this element, if I then squash it or skew it, just doing that, visually speaking, the space in between these 2 points is a tad slimmer, and so that need to be taken into consideration when you are building the element. So if you have like 16 top and bottom, sides should be like 17 or 18 to account for the skew shift that will kind of generate that offset in thickness of the line. It is a visual thickness. It's not really true, like the entirety of this. Like, it's not really shit. It's not really much of an issue, right? But you can see how it is not the exact same. I mean, you can see, you can't really see, but you can see how much it's not exactly the same. You know, that's about it. Small ass details. Nonetheless, the other thing is gonna be the tab that comes out. That kind of needs to be lighter or darker, with like whichever you want, but it needs to be a different color to not have that blend element in the corner. But that's such a small thing. You don't really care about that. It is important, but it's not that important. but it is important. But yeah, there is a ton of things. I don't know if Ollie still has. You know what? I do know that Ollie doesn't have his website with the same design that he used to have, but there was at some point, if you remember, a long time ago now, there was this like stream overlay thing that he made for basically building all the alerts and all of that, and it had this kind of bar at the top with the logo, with the activities, with a lot of things, which was really good. So yeah, to be as a reference, pretty good. I'm gonna say that there is a ton of shit in there. That's crazy. That's crazy. Anyways, but yeah, that's it's not that complicated, the skew thing, and again, it's just a degree. Like it's the same thing as saying offset, like offset x, offset y. Then you have your two values, and they are just in degrees. That's the thing. That's the thing. So skew is really simple overall. That is just so weird. Grizz, welcome back. I'm looking for something. I can't find it. I can't find it. I'm pretty good. Oh yeah, dang. I have disconnected the thing from my account. So now it doesn't work. But yeah, no, nope. Still no job, which is really good for me. We sag like my balls. That's kind of sad. The A went out. I guess it should have happened. And now I can. Where's this thing? There. I can do that. I can't do that. God damn it. This is pissing me off. The Stream Deck is like not working lately. Like I need to restart it every time I start a new stream to be able to have that. That's just making no sense. Makes no sense. The thing is, all client side, I don't get anything back from it. That is interesting. I see. Well, have fun with that. All right. Thanks a lot for stopping by. I appreciate it. We'll see you later, maybe. I don't know. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow. But yeah, no, the no job is kind of fun for me. Like a Japanese headhunter sent me a DM on LinkedIn saying, well, we have this thing that looks interesting to you. I said, yes, that looks interesting to me. I absolutely agree. And then just said, well, just so you know, I live in France right now and I would need visa sponsorship to be able to apply for this job specifically. Like if they are willing to do that, I'm willing to move forward. And he just said, well, we don't offer that at the moment. Therefore, we can't really you know, um, offer that position to you right now? So I said, yeah, that makes sense. So that is a no. And then another one sent me an email today, which is really a good email, basically saying, hi, thank you for applying. And like, I just want you to know that we have received a ton of application for this position specifically and for all the position that we have open. And we are not ghosting you right now. We just haven't gotten to go through your profile as well. So I just said, well, fine. Take the time you need to find the right candidate, and and then send me an email again. Obviously, no answer because that is a today email, but yeah, we'll see. So yeah, no job. And yes, I am munching on savings. I've been munching on savings since 2023. So yeah, um, dang, it's yeah. I went yesterday, and if you're the French government, you heard nothing. I took off of my undisclosed bank account, and yeah, I basically closed out, not entirely, but like I basically closed out most of my crypto investment things. And as it happens every time I take on some money from the crypto space, the next week or the next 2 weeks is just a surge in price. So if I just waited, I would have made way much, but that's not what happened because I did some funds right now. So if you are in the crypto space, you may see a bit of a surge in your pricing because I just went out. Upon space? No, I don't think I know that. Mm-mm. I mean, no, I don't have much. I mean, I just have $50 left in there, so that's not much. That's actually high. What point? First build in iOS. Good job. Congrats. Congrats. What is this, Chris? Oh. Hmm. Probably not, but yeah. It's painful to read. I, I mean, I get it. All right, hear me out. I get it. You need to make sure that the thing that you are kind of building is interesting, but uh, I be the champion of our customers' needs and discuss both benefits and hurdles of various design solutions with stakeholders defending those that you believe in. be the champion of is not a thing that human says. Like usually we say advocate for the customer's needs. That's the regular sentence or phrasing. And then hurdles? No. Like that whole thing, um, like that whole I read half of it because I couldn't. This whole thing feels AI generated written because they don't know exactly what they need. And yeah. I mean, if they do, that's fine. I mean, if they can offer a 70 to 100K salary in dollars plus equity, and they are requesting people to be in Central Europe time plus or minus like 2, that's basically like France. But also CET is we anyways. I yes, I can apply. Let me say that. Yes, I would be able to apply. The thing is, the like oh yeah, I see that. I don't know. It feels weird. Like the whole thing feels weird, and I get it that they are two and they have the need for some other people. That's good. Obviously, it's a founding position, but you know, again, nothing against it. It's just I don't know who made that design. I don't know if it's a template. I don't know if it's something else. I don't really give a shit of who. But if they already have someone inside that can do this, I am not gonna be any help as a designer if their goal is to have a founding designer, which is like very visual stuff. Like their visuals is really good, and I don't have anything to do. So if Open Purpose did their stuff, then yeah, that means that they have the ability to do or have Open Purpose inside of their like their team. Therefore, I mean, they don't have a need for an internal designer. They may have a need for a strategist. That would help, but yeah, it's yeah. I don't know. So no, to answer the question, the initial question, no, I didn't see that in the past. I don't know how it is. I don't know if it's good. I don't know what they do much, and eh, yeah. I mean that can work. I'm not saying no. It's just it depends. I would need to read the entire Notion page that they have, the curry page, to make sure that I understand what they want and what they are expecting to be able to just send an application, because I don't want to just send an application just for the sake of, oh, there is an opening right there, let me just apply. No. Like if I just apply for something and then it's not something that I want to work for and they say yes, it's detrimental for them, it's detrimental for me. I would rather avoid that. Like, you know. But I can keep that in the back of the stuff just in case. I have doubts. I have doubts. Again, I need to read the things. I need to read the things and know exactly what they do, because otherwise I would be out. it's just uncertain. I have another company that I really much like, and I have applied to them. We'll see. I have doubts. Haven't heard back yet. We'll see. But they have like a better. I can't show you who they are yet, but they have like a better things. Where when I arrived on the website, of the career website specifically, I saw the team. Have a good nap. The products, the goals, the things that they are doing, and then the reason why they need a designer. And I saw that directly on the page, but I was also reading it right now. I'm not reading that page, so obviously it has a different approach, and later, why not? Why not? We'll see. We'll see. I mean, you can, if you want to apply, do that. I would. I mean, there is no stealing, and the amount of time, again, the amount of time that I have had people, potential freelancing client, come to me and say, I like the thing that you're doing. I have that amount of budget, which is like under my threshold of starting point. Would you work with me? And I'm like, no. However, I can give you like the contacts of that designer, or that designer, or this one that is more aligned with your budget and more aligned with the thing that you're trying to build. Like I don't have any stealing problem. So yeah. No, that's the thing. That's the thing. The prices of the freelance gigs have doubled in January 1st of 2025. They will double next year again. That's what happened. So, things just grow. And that ensure that the clients that are not willing to pay that amount are getting out, and the client that stays, stay, and that's good. So for now, yeah. If I can't do it as well, that's the thing that happened. Like if I don't have the time because I'm working on something else, I would rather recommend someone else that I know, because at least they have someone that I can kind of vouch for and say, well, these person right there, like I know these three, they work well, they would do the job that you're looking for, and you would probably be happy with the results. So give it a try. That's usually what happens. Usually. But yeah, haven't tried that. However, Jan, I have something for you. Not really for you, but kind of for you. Um, my Pinterest feed has shifted again from the thing that we talked about last week to now. I have a ton more elements that are related to the omniscient AI stuff that we talked about, including a ton of these, but specifically the thing that I shared on Discord, which is this magnificent website. This is extremely impressive, disruptive at best, because you were not expecting to have a Windows 2 UI in your face when you arrive on a website with projects from 2021. So this is really interesting. Their whole content is really nice as well, like that kind of match with the vibe that we talked about last time. And it has a lot of dithering, it has a lot of pixelations and other things for the rendering, which I'm guessing would work. I'm turning German. Would work for some of the thing that you're building. So with that in mind, that's pretty interesting. They have had like stuff as well that is like from 1989. Wasn't born there. I was born there, which is really interesting to me to see that they have stuff around here. But yeah, they've been working on a ton of different projects and a ton of different things, and these are really neat. I really like the rendering that they have, and you know, it's got me to remember I'm rebranding again. Eh, so no more green cube or green pixel. None of that. None of that. So you go in noise or grain, and crosshair. I see. Did you not yet? I see. I see. I see. I do like it. I don't think it's um I don't think it's anything in particular. Like that is what is this thing? Uh it's basically the stuff that I'm finding in these, like for relationships between that, like for example these elements, there will probably be somewhere in the related stuff, there will be like icons like this, and like that discover is really similar to the thing that you have now. So it is a common behavior, and specifically these like kind of icon, sci-fi icon, cyber icon things are something that a lot of people have done or are doing. So that's why I'm like, yeah, I've seen that before. Not saying that it's banned, but saying just it's not unseen like that. Like this is, to me, this looks the same. It's part of the same vibe, and it's good. It's a good ID, I'd say. Maybe. It works. That's the, I'm gonna say that. Like there is a ton of these that you will find as well. Like in most of these recreation icon, like sci-fi icons stuff, like you will have the same stuff. You want to make it Chrome? I don't know how that will look, but yeah, why not? As long as it works, and as long as you kind of like the concept of it, and it works with you, that's fine. I mean, personally, I like the green because I feel like it matched the transition. That's something that I think I talked about it in the past, in the rebranding or transforming like UI for users. Instead of doing a full rebranding and rethinking of UX of a site, for example, when you have the user usually had like a sidebar, and then today they have a header, and that's a different thing, and they are kind of straddles and they don't really know how things are, where things are. You do an in-between transition so that they get used to where things are going to be, and then you do another in between, and then you do another in between, and then the stuff is where you wanted it to be, but like it has like a gradual curve of knowledge or learning progress, learning curve type of thing. And so for you specifically, if you have like that green today and you kind of want to move in to something that is like this, I would say potentially you could go with green with that logo, so that it's still in the head of people. Oh yeah, that green is associated with grid. I recognize that. And then you go from that green to a less saturated green, and then a less saturated green the next week, and so on and so forth until you reach that unsaturated metal, gray, silver effect. But not going straight through or from like pure green, black and green, to pure black and white. So just the transition. Like for me, if I remember correctly, I had my score with a chromatic aberration. Then it went to just one of the color of the chromatic aberration, which was purely green. And then it swapped for, instead of having a black background, it had like a lighter color background. And then it ended up now with the holographic with the score on top. But that took 3 to 4 weeks of kind of change. Not every day, but like every 2 to 3 days, just a bit of a change so that you've seen that score, but you don't really know if the color is the same as yesterday. And then you see the score again, it's a different color, and so on and so forth. So it's a bit of a swaps and things, and it's nice. But I like that as well. I do like the minimalistic views on that. However, I would say maybe the other things, it's gonna be Twitter's not gonna be a place where I'm gonna be more. Anyways, the other thing that I'm going through is Dennis profile on Behance is something that I kind of end up on every year, where the main reason is I'm always looking for this specific, very specific project, which is blank. Blank has been one of the inspiration that I go back to almost, as I said, twice to 3 times a year. It just comes back in my head. I need a refresher to know exactly what they have done. And so there are things in there that are dated, and there are things that are less accessible, but there is a ton of things that just makes sense. So the main thing is they have used the brackets, the flat brackets, to enclose elements, and the answer is going to be written in a different font so that the user kind of understand like that this is the answer. The logo is really cool, and also the concept of it is someone is looking for like that makeup things, and then someone else can reply by tapping on this thing and say, well, this is, or this could be found at or on X website. And when the creator kind of validate the answers, it's going to be written there. It's really cool of a project and really simple of an idea. But the main reason why I'm going back to this every time is for the motion design that they have created, for the illustration at the top, and most of the content in there, the simplicity of the UX and the UI that they have created. This has been really, really good and really, really simple. The whole like concept is really good. Have a good meeting. Interesting. Meeting at this time. But yeah, take care of yourself. And so these whole tiny micro animation interactions and all of that are really good. So we do like that. Anyways, that whole thing, it's really dated, which I like, because these are mockups from 2016, 2017. It still works. I'm impressed. Anyways, that's about it. That's about it. But yeah, this thing I was talking about earlier, this has a ton of the illustration and other thing that Yanlong you could take as inspiration not the fact that it is a Windows, not XP like before XP, like 95 look, but mostly like the content. I personally really like the separation in between the design that they have chosen for their website and the design that they are creating. It may be a tad discouraging for some clients, so that's something that I'm not entirely sure. Like if I'm arriving on someone's website and this is what I'm seeing, I don't know exactly how I would take that. Like I may be like, well, this is interesting, but it's not exactly what I'm looking for in to an extent. Like this is weirdly too clean for the website itself, whereas someone else with a very cleaner website might win at first glance. But most of the things that you're seeing in there are really, really good. So that, you know, debatable. But I like that. So I just wanted to have, let me just give you this link rather, have this for anyone to check, because it is really good. It's a nice reference and all that. But yeah, nonetheless, things on today's L day, today's learning day, so we need to learn something. I don't know what exactly, but we need to find something to learn. And it could be, as always, it could be like a Japanese related stuff, it could be a code related stuff, it could be a design related stuff. If there is anything design related that you would like to learn, we can have a look at that, as always. And I don't have like very specific things, mainly because the thing that I need to learn personally is stuff in Swift UI, which would entirely disclose what I'm working on. And at that instant, I don't want to do that. Like it's not against you. It is. It's not against you. But the documentation on Swift UI is not really that good. Like, I understand that most devs are gonna tell you to read the fucking manual. But most of the manual here are not good. Like, there is no real explanation on how things are supposed to work. Psychology of animation and how can animation be readable. For example, if we want to do 5 seconds video and pass a message, how can we make it easy to digest? That's a pretty good thing. That's a pretty good question. I guess psychology of animation is mostly going to be psychology of movements and perceived emotion based on movement, which I think we had. I think we had.
Legend Monkey 1 is now following.
That was a weird ass sound. Legend Monkey 1. Hi, welcome in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Sorry. I'm blown away by the voice, which is weird. It's not John's voice. What do you mean it's why aren't you? It's weird. So, animation is just not linked to psychology, but I guess like these things, like the crash course of animation 101 that we kind of watched, brain, um, before is something that kind of could make sense, which is it it does contain like a lot of things in there. The main issue that I have, which is a half issue, which is the same thing that I had last time, is mainly the not the content, but like the overall things that you will learn in animating for um, motion design is kind of different than animation for UI design. So I think to avoid being like, what's the name? Content ID'd, I need to not watch the video with sounds and all that. But doesn't change anything in the fact that these are things that make sense. Nonetheless, there are some kind of emotion that can be perceived in a UI, and so the psychology of animation in UI specifically, Dapshi, for your question, is mostly going to be linked to what you want the user to perceive. So the current things are pops and shakes are the main two animations in UI. So a pop is usually associated with something that is validating. So you have like the pop around the like on Twitter or on other platform. When you press the heart icon, it has this pop around it. It used to have a pop icon as well, or pop sound. Things like this animation that explode like a firework. This is mostly like a pop icon. And then you have shake icon, which is, oh, this is not available. Like this is not working. There is an issue. Like shake off the window or shake off the button to attract the attention of the user on something that they need to pay attention to. The thing is, most entry-level designers are going to use the shake for attention grabbing instead of error mentioning. That is a weird way to say it, but that's the thing that I have seen through the years. So you will have people that use a shake to shake a button. What did we say earlier? You know, the PAX. Hi, welcome back. You know, that's a shake. That's the thing that gives you the hint that there is an error. There is something that is in error, and this is attention grabbing for the sake of that's non-working. Like we have an issue on this thing. That's usually what it's linked to. So god damn it, you're not loading that error state. If it is pop or if it is pulsating, like you may have seen, let me go back there. Pax, by the way, I have something for you. I mean, I have something for you. The newest update of the Android version that I sent last Saturday afternoon contains more conjugations and more meanings in French. More. Not all, but more. I'm still working on the quiz version in French and in other languages. I will have to work on that because now the app is available on the store as soon as I release it. So I need to fix that, and then we will have a version on Android, which is good. That would be a better animation for the top things for Stony, for example, saying, oh, there is something interesting here that you can have. This is a pop animation or pulse animation. But more likely I'm creating a video, let's say Instagram story. I want to put animation and deliver a message. Let's say this person weighed in this picture 90 and the second 85. Well, it depends. You have multiple options for that. If you really want like an not an example but like a reference for this, you can have the needle of a scale, like a body scale, weight scale, that is going from here to here, like just a teeny tiny, I guess, for you on how it's looking on stream. I guess it's probably going from here to here, because it's swapped. Nonetheless, visually going from heavy to lighter. That's the first thing. You have the scale of like Egyptian scale, low scale, where you have like two baskets and then the person would be on one side and the other one would be like 90, I don't know. Then maybe like a weight of 90 and then they lose weight. They just extend like whoop, being lighter than the initial weight. That's the thing. Or the third option would be to have the body of someone and then it has either a slimming effect or it it changes. Whenever I have weight, muscle mass, fat. Yeah. I mean, if you're talking about muscle fat, like fat cells around muscles, there is a ton of animation that exists on YouTube to showcase that the fat is melting. But I good. Happy to hear that. Happy to hear that. Yeah. I'll do my best. Actually, it's, if you want to showcase or explain a concept with animation without voice or text, you need transitions. Like specifically for the example that you gave, you need transitions that showcase that something is getting lighter. So easiest way is to have a scale with two baskets. One of them is at the bottom, that's the person, and then they lose weight and they rise up based on the other basket that has like the initial thing. That's the thing. The other thing is having or taking some of the existing animation of fat loss on muscle animation. You may have seen that. But let me see if I can find one. Like shit like this, which, you know, like you take one of these and you just reverse it. Like that's the type of animation that you could have if you wanted to. I'm not saying like that specifically, but that's basically the type of animation that you want to have. And then there is plenty of options. It it's just I personally you will end up with this, which is really not good. Like that, it's just it's wrong. It's not true, and I mean, so I think conceptually is going to be better than visually for that use case specifically, mainly because your target audience of weight loss is not weight, it's fat loss and gain weight through muscle mass, because muscle mass is going to be heavier. So the scale thing that I said in the beginning, that isn't what you want to have. The icon that I showcased last week with my icon, um, like these ones, bitch, sorry. The one in sports, right? Which I think is here or somewhere like that. That's a good, good ID of representing slimmer, like becoming slimmer as a concept for you for animation. You can have that being kind of not that curvy, like maybe more straight, and then with the arrows just doing this, have the curve show in. So, like in practice, this is just gonna give you that, I guess. Like you're here, you have this at, I don't know, let's say 12, 10, red right there, and then it just goes from here to here. That is the concept. So you get your line kind of straight, or maybe if you wanted to pour it the other way, let's move that to 800 so that it's kind of rounded. And then the only thing that you do is this on both sides. That should kind of give you the concept. But yeah, I mean, you don't really have a lot of choices. The thing is, numbers are wrong. That's I'm not the best person to give you a concept of gym-related weight loss, because usually that's not what happens. And also, usually we use weight loss as a target when people should not use weight loss as a target. Like if you look at my weight, like physical weight, and the muscle mass that I have now compared to the muscle mass that I had before, I may be the same weight, but I don't have the same amount of things. I may be slimmer before, but I was heavier and fattier than now that I'm weighting like I weigh the same or I'm heavier than before. So that's the thing. With numbers, it's kind of weird. And you can take more space and being lighter in weight. Like it can happen. So it's really I don't like it. I don't like it in a concept. So the pictures of before and after, they can work. Yes, they can. But also it's bad. Like there is so much I'm deep in the gym related content. So there is so much things that are to be taken into consideration when you have like a comparison between picture A and picture B that can't be taken out of context. So if like I have a picture of me 2 months ago and a picture of me this month, and you make or you compare the two, you will see changes. Maybe you don't see changes. And then you have someone else's with the same amount of time in between. Maybe you have more changes because of genetics. Maybe they have done a different routine. Maybe like it varies so much. And for this example of being 90 before and then 85 after, like I don't know. It feels weird. It feels weird. Weight related topic. It really the hair is extremely fluffy. Yes, 100%. 100%. Today it is weirdly fluffy. I can't figure it out. I need to hydrate them and they need to eat something, but they are like kind of dry as fuck. So yeah, but it is fluffy. I agree. I agree with that. So yeah, definitely. I don't know. I feel like it's weird. There is so much variables. I know. I mean, it it's not the right strategy in my head to use pictures or numbers, but it's not the right strategy to explain because it depends on the person's goals. Like maybe my goal is to get ass. Like I need cheeks on myself. Like that's my goal. Therefore, it's gonna be heavier than before. So I'm gonna weigh more. But if my goal is to lose weight to become slimmer, then the animation doesn't work the same. It's a different animation. And then if my goal is to gain muscle but retain the same weight, I'm probably gonna be like skinnier, so slimmer. But if my goal is to just get muscle, I'm gonna be heavier. Aggressive, hi, welcome back. How are you? So that whole thing is really complex because you even though you have the choices, I'm trying also in my head I'm trying to implement the animation either in the kiosk screen thing that you showcased earlier or somewhere else, but it's just right. You would have the bubbles at the bottom and then you will swipe to define what you are or what your goal is. So you have like your initial goal, which is like losing weight or gaining muscle or being like or cut, less cut, all that. It's just so there is so many variables that you wouldn't really be able to have on that screen. Yeah. Not really. I'm I'm saying not really because the screen camera thing isn't targeting people that know. Like, we know what bulk and cut means. But the people that go to the gym as regular people just to exercise or to lose weight, their goal is usually to lose weight, and that's it. Um, and the people that want to gain mass, they do know because they have made some research, which is really sad, but that basically mean that the people that want to cut or lose weight, it's not in the gym. Like it's not it it the gym will change nothing. Not even cutting sugar. It's just eating less calories overall. So it's like, how do you convey that specific thing through an animation that you are losing weight because that's the goal? And other than, again, like that specific icon that we had a second ago, like this is the best representation of what you want to have. You can have this to say you want to slim down with the arrows that just go in. You can use this one where maybe the arm is just doing this and then the muscle is getting bigger, as an animation to showcase that you're getting stronger or you're getting more muscle. I don't remember if we have one that has. I'm a sec time. What going on? I don't remember if we have one with the abs. I think we don't, or mostly I don't think we do. So yeah, I don't know. One more test on Wednesday, and then a week break. Congrats on the week break. Yeah, right. Welcome back. On the drop. Is it rigged? Are you gonna bump into each other when on the return flight? No. I guess you could make it. Nope. So close. So close. Pax, I have feelings that you're not gonna. That was so close. Tarakan, hi. Welcome on in. So, I. You could miss it as well. That's the thing, all right? The If you're bulking and you're clean bulking, you basically will have the ability to lose body fat, which feels as if you are slimming down, but in reality, you are taking more kilos and you are taking on more mass because you're bulking, because your calorie intakes are more. So, other than that, like other than having the arm muscle to showcase that you are taking some mass and the arrows on the side of the waist to say that you are slimming down, which are the two options that you could have as templates, I don't like. Yeah, but that's the same thing. Like that is exactly what I said earlier, which is like the 200 plus calories or 200 minus calories, like minus 200 plus 200 roughly to gain or lose weight based on your TDE or whatever, your maintenance intake, that is not something that is gym related. It's something that is kitchen related. So it doesn't really work, at least in my views, to have this goals in a gym screen that scan your body and gives you like a picture after picture after picture after picture to see the progress, which I think that's the goal of your product. I'm unsure now. Again. I know, but I know you can't. I mean, you. It's not that you can't. You don't want to disclose that, which is really weird. But yeah, it's just weird to me to have that in the gym. That's my take. Um, like it's. I get it. I know the goal. I understand it. I kind of know what you are attempting to do, but also, um, I, I you know, I I don't think there is animation that would work unless you have like a very specific set of things, as in losing weight, slimming waist, gaining muscle, arms. I'm thinking icons, um, and then that's the two things. Like you rarely, I mean, it happens, but you rarely have um, gaining weight, as in getting rounder. Like gaining weight is usually gaining muscles in the gym, at least, and so that's the two things. Like in terms of animation, these are the two that I would give you as templates. And so having slimmer waist, bigger muscles, gaining weight, losing weight, that's the thing. But unless you have, so again, unless the product that you have give me a diet to follow and like, yeah, um, it's weird. I don't know. I don't Yeah, I I love to say that every time that people are saying that the monthly weigh-in are good indicators because based on how I eat, I can take 3 kilos in a day and I can lose 2 kilos by just taking a shit. So if I weigh in and I'm stuffed from the day before, haven't taken a shit just yet, I'm gonna be heavier. And then I go take a shit, and then I come back, I weigh myself again, I have lost 2 kilos. Like that, just weight is fluctuating so much that when you look at it in the grand scheme of things, I agree that it you have the trend, but I don't even know if I have that. Let me see. Let me see. Where you at? You are here. Maybe. Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, this is wrong, but because I haven't weighed in since 2023, technically. Um, and also, I don't have that much weigh in, but it's just fluctuated so much overall. Like, when you're looking at the healthy like weight. It's a very simple trend of being flat. So also yes, cat. That's also a thing. I don't really have to deal with that, which is the truth. But it's just weird to me. Like, yeah, using weight as a base for measuring progress is not a bad idea, but not a good idea either. Which is why what Dapshi is kind of working on, without telling us what he's working on, but kind of I know, because it's gonna be based on the camera and the picture that the person is taking. You can see visual progress. Um, so yeah, yeah. I mean, you took a shit, cat. Like hormonal water retention, taking a shit, not taking a shit, like all of that can just fluctuate so much. Um, so right, Grassham, I agree with you. In the eat less, exercise more kind of works, but at the end of the day, the amount of calories you burn through exercise is nothing. And the only calories you burn throughout the day is by breathing. So the more you breathe, the slimmer you get. That's usually what happens. So, you know, and you're in a guess. You may be 6 kilo heavier from your current weight, but have less fat. If that's the thing, if you just have like muscles, you will burn more calories. Therefore, because your muscles needs calorie to retain themselves, and your body, once you have the muscles, your body kind of want to hold on to them. Um, if you have more muscle, you can eat more. Like that. That's the thing. And again, 6 kilos. 6 kilos is two laxative and a hike. That's it. You don't need more than that. Don't take them at the same time though. Laxative at home, the hike another day. But eh, that's all you need. Um, like it's just weird. So yeah, Dapshi, I don't know. Other than these two things of waist slimming, which is kind of sad but true, and the arm muscles. The thing that I'm saying sad but true is like waist slimming is usually going to be women targeting, and arms is usually going to be men targeting, and usually, and it's kind of wrong, but it's kind of true. And then you can have like a third option, which is, do I have one of these? Let me see. I don't think we have a search in there, right? Yeah. Like, maybe, maybe. Um, yeah. If you go to, or you take a walk, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, like that, it's pretty good. The number of steps doesn't change anything. Like, you can do 20,000 steps, or 2,000 steps on an incline, or if your body really reacts to steps, 3,000 steps flat, or if it doesn't, 30,000 steps, because your body needs that to have the same results. So it really depends on the genetics of the people, which is annoying. I know. I know. I that's true. You could have that. I'm thinking about the cardio icon. Like weight slimming, muscle building, cardio, whatever. But that's not what I was looking for. Dang, that's what I was looking for. Dang. You could have that, Debshi, as a third animation of the abs being less visible, like less defined, to more defined. Like they just show up as a fade in, fade out. That for your animation could be a good toning, like losing body fat thing. Like slimming is a very specific target, toning is a very specific target, and muscle building is a very specific target. And I feel like these three are usually what happens. And with the abs showing means that you basically, again, this is because I know and I am part of that community. The only way you can have your abs to show is when you have your body fat percentage to be very low. Otherwise, it's just like it's there, they are there, but it's under a certain layer of fat, and you can't see them. So, yeah, I guess these three are pretty good. You could have cardio if you want the treadmill, but I think the heart is better. And then the Apple Watch icon are gonna be pretty good. Like the one that we have here in the whole system of animations, like all of these things that they already have, if you find the repo that contains most of them, if not all of them, you may have like references for the animation you would have or want to get. So yeah. Super Tim, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for chatting. I appreciate that. So you know, like shit like this, or specifically shit like this, could be good. You search up Figma. Good job. I think I'm the only one. No, that's not true. Not the only one, but yeah. I need to change that bot to make sure that it works because this is broken. But yeah. And you're in this I'm gonna say something. You take it however you want. Okay? Okay. Maybe the gym is not for you. Maybe you need something different. And maybe you don't need it. Like it's not necessary. You could just be more active at home by investing in a stand, sit, desk, and a walking pad. Some people like that a lot. You could, again, get a dog. you don't have one, get a dog. Do that. As well. So, getting on a walk at lunch is a thing that I tried, and it worked for a month. Basically, I did that with my coworkers at work. We just went out, buy something to eat, come back to the office, ate, and then after we ate, went out and have a bit of a walk, like a 15-minute walk before we go back to work. And then you do that. And then it turns out that on that week specifically, you have something to do that you need to do, and you can't go out for the walk. You don't go on that day, you go the next day. And then you go the next day, and then the next, you have something else to do. And you don't do it. Then the next day, you don't do it either. And then you just stop. So it, yeah, and then it rains. And here it's been raining all week for 2 weeks. So getting out is not having or hasn't been a thing. I don't know if I have this one. This one is crazy though. I think I do. I think I do. Can I see? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Brace yourself. I am 2018, 2019. This one goes back to 2019. I have steps, like 10,000 steps a day on daily average. Things good. Everything is fine. And then March 2020, which is basically here, COVID happened. So my daily activity kind of went down. Like down. And then November 2022, I moved to Japan, like October 2022, technically. I moved to Japan for the first time. And I was with my ex. We went walking all the time, having like lunch and things outside all night, active. And then I moved to Japan, and I was like doing 10,000, 15,000 steps a day on the daily, most days. And then I came back. You can see that in the drop. I came back to France, and now I just have 3,000 steps a day as an average. And it's not bad. It's not great. And there are days where I have like more steps, obviously, but most of the time I don't. And when I was in Japan, I had the ability to just walk. Good job on the confetti, Chris. Welcome back. I had the ability to just go out, and it was not raining. And I was happy with the environment. I was discovering streets and things, and I really liked it. But now that I'm back here and I hate it, it's not true, it's kind of true. It's just, eh, you know, eh. Not the greatest. So, steps, I don't know. I don't think it's a good activity. So going back to what I said, maybe you don't need to go to the gym. Maybe you just need to find something that works for you, which is could be having a dog, could be going on walks, could be not doing anything and just changing how you eat. Um, and again, changing how you eat doesn't mean that you will eat less. It usually means you will eat more, but different things. And you can still have cheese, you can still have cakes, you can still have fries. Again, the amount of fries and cakes and burgers that I'm inhaling every week is crazy. But it works for me. It works for me. So you know that. Um, so, Chris, to answer your question, because that is a pretty good question. Um, DeepSeek has replaced ChatGPT on my tabs. Blue Sky has replaced Twitter. Claude is still there for some reason, but yeah. And now since yesterday, uh, Cursor has kind of been replaced by Trey. Windsurf not there. Cursor is replaced by Trey just because it's visually better for me. I like it more. So yeah, most things are getting replaced right now. I haven't tried windsurf, so I can't I can't say. Um, I'm just like, if there is something that pops in and it seems better, I'm gonna get it and try it out. If it works, it works. Doesn't. But the amount of time that I have had, like an app, not like this, but like an app like this, that basically work, not work, and just I use it for 2 weeks, it doesn't match with me, and then I get it out. You know, um, I think the issue that I currently have with DeepSeek is the lack of integration in other platforms, and the reason why I'm using Trey right now is because Trey being ByteDance, TikTok, Chinese owned IDE, and the DeepSeek being Chinese as well, the integration between the two is probably going to happen faster than the integration between Cursor and DeepSeek. But again, DeepSeek is a trading algorithm AI system at its core with the ability to use like basically ChatGPT things, and it's not entirely meant to work with code. However, it has given me more accurate, more like cleaner Swift UI code than Claude most of the time. When I had like an issue that just couldn't find a solution, I went there, asked for something, and then it kind of resolved it almost immediately. I spent 4 hours on this fucking error, and then he just went back, explained the things in a way that made sense, and the thing that I was missing was this bitch ass thing. Because I don't know what I'm doing when I'm coding, dang, is yeah, that's the thing. The thing is, the overall thing in terms um, of integration and all of that, that's a bit more complex. And the API of DeepSeek is really cheap, but it's still cost. Whereas that is free and Tray is free. Tray, you are basically using Claude for free, which is pretty good. So, that's the thing. Yeah, I think I have seen that as the integration with. Um, hmm, yeah, that's a half wrong, but yeah. Um, I I know that it kind of works. There is like a lot of other videos that I've seen on YouTube as well that have like the um kind of integration or integrating DeepSeek inside of Cursor workaround by using the API and plugging the model through that, or you can use AI Studio to have like all of the local LLM things that works on your machine rather than being on the web so that you can use them whenever you want. These are things that kind of works. The thing is, which personally, running any assistant on my machine is going to be way better than running them on a server somewhere, ecologically speaking, um, like environment speaking, or environmentally speaking. But yeah, like it's feasible. It's feasible. But it's just DeepSeek is just free. It has replaced ChatGPT on my phone as well. I just wish they had projects like Claude has project where I can just basically have a certain amount of chats clustered into something and they can communicate to each other. Basically, if I had said something in the previous chat, the current one can kind of tap into that and know all the knowledge of that. I do like that a lot because it allowed me to create some sort of an app for my Japanese learning where I can take a picture of my manual and it will scan it, explain it in better words than my teacher would do. So that's the thing that I kind of do often, just because it's faster when she gives me a page that has French explanation and Japanese explanation with words that just don't really make sense in my head, or context that don't match. I can just scan it, running through that app, and yeah, have a good have a bad smoke break. Just take a shit. Just next time, tell us that you're taking a shit. That's more true. Hmm? So that's what's missing from DeepSeek at that instant for me. And then what's missing from Trey is mostly like the ease of use of Cursor. Like they are both really good, but it's just they have like a teeny tiny amount of differences that it doesn't really matter, but it does matter. Let me see if I can have both side by side so that you can kind of see the differences. Um, yeah. So this is Trey. Base UI, a tad zoomed in so that you can see things, but you can't see much. You have the folder and the trees. You have things that are right behind my camera, so obviously you can't see that. Like these icons right there. Like these are presetted stuff, which like things on of VS Code, that makes sense. And then this is the same thing, but this is mostly for Cursor. And personally speaking, as a designer, the difference in between this that has spacing, corner radius, more breathing room, better icons. Obviously, it speaks to me. Whereas this is very VS Code straight from VS Code, which is fine as well. But it is VS Code. So, obviously, I like this one better. But then, like, I mean, they are both VS Code. Like this one is a focused VS Code as well as this one, which is the same thing as Windsurf. So they are all the same thing, anyways. At the end of the day, it's just the same content. But with that in mind, like the overall experience, the chat that I have here is gonna have, how can I say that? Let's see this. You know, that could work. New chat in alert. The refactoring of alert.html from cursor is gonna give me this UI of this is running, and then that's generating, right? That makes sense. I'm gonna just close up some trays, and then it gives me this. It gives me that thing that says alert has had 34 more lines and 12 less, like 12 removed, and then it's touching other things. I'm gonna cancel everything and reject everything. In these, you do have the ability to preview the code and change or see what has changed, all that. Cool, cool. If I'm getting here and I'm saying, that, which is the same thing, the overall like behavior or rendering is way cleaner, and the kind of UI of how things work makes more sense. At least at the end of the day, for me, it's just like we've done all of that. We are currently in the chat, so that's how it's supposed to work. Cool. But then if I'm going in the builder and I'm doing the same thing, it's gonna think for a second and have that first message, which is, from what I understand of how it is prompting Claude in the background, is first is the response, and then there is an internal prompt that is sent, which is the secondary AI's thinking, which you will see here in a second as well. Right now it is editing the alerts.html, and it's giving me the exact same thing. Instead of having the preview of the code in the chat, I'm getting the preview in here. But if I'm not in there, I just get that line that says you have changed 46 lines and you have removed 20. That's it. And you can review that, see things. So visually speaking, again, this speaks to me better because it is simpler, a bit more digestible, and the way that it is reformatting the question or speaking, like that amount of human-like interactions there compared to this. Like this is more for dev-oriented stuff, which makes sense. It's an IDE, it's supposed to work like this. Well, you know, like this is a more human interactions, more natural language. So I like that. But again, I do like these icons a lot. It doesn't matter. I know. Icon makes no difference. But overall design, Trey is kind of winning for me in terms of how things are. Yeah, Trey is the TikTok ByteDance things. I do like that much better. Football, hi, welcome back. How are you? How have you been? So, I like both. It's just, nah. At the end of the day, it doesn't change much in my day to day. If I need to go tomorrow to windsurf, um, and this is better because they have like a new integration, I would go there. I don't really give a shit about the tools that I'm using as long as the tool does the thing that it's supposed to do and it's doing it well. So you know, dang. It has been a while, yeah. It has. Basically, I came back in May of last year, and the last haircut was in May of last year in Japan, May 3rd or something. So, yeah, it's been growing since almost a year now. Not quite, but almost. We still need like 3 to 6 more months of growing them before I can cut them again. So, we'll see. See, it happens. So, UX wise, I wouldn't say that the UX of Tray is better than the UX of X, like Cursor or VS Code, because it's basically the same thing. Like UX wise, UI wise, yes, Tray is a bit better. The only UX difference is the way that the AI is rendered, and that's about it. Other than that, it's the exact same things. Like they have said you use hashtag something to define like a file, whereas in Cursor it's at file. And it's basically the opposite again, like the at file is the opposite as Notion, which is slash something. So we basically started to see key commands, as in like character trigger something in Notion, like democratized in Notion. There has been that before. Like Notion kind of said, "Oh yeah, we can do that now," and so slash something triggered an action in Notion, and in Cursor or in other tools, slash something triggered something, and then now in Cursor, add something trigger the activity, and in Tray, hashtag or pound something trigger the same thing. So it's you have one key which end up being the same thing as the command K, if you know what I'm talking about, or command space for spotlights. All of these are things that just makes your life easier, and it's the same on all platforms. So the UX itself is the same, and the UI is different. But they don't, I mean, the only thing that is different is that Cursor has more models that you can have, whereas Tray only has Claude and GPT-4o as of right now. These are the two that you can have. And also, as far as I saw, you can't switch model through a chat, whereas Cursor you can do that, which is really good. So yeah, if I'm here and I have said I've started like the chat with Claude, I can't change that. However, if I start a new chat, I should be able to switch model there. to change with something else, which is what I could do a second ago. Maybe it's just in there, yeah. So that's a weird thing, kind of a difference. It doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's the same thing. I do like the UI here better, and we'll see. I'm seeing differences that I didn't see before. We fixed that in another project. But yeah, like this is eh. Like you have like way more options in here, including O1 and cursor small, which doesn't exist in Tray. Like there is no Tray AI specific. It's just either ChatGPT or Claude, even though they are both free while you're using the app. It's kind of debatable based on where they are coming from. So we'll see. Nonetheless, DeepSeek, good. Tray, good. Chinese apps, good. Windsurf, I don't know yet. Haven't tried it. Can't confirm or deny that something has happened there. A lot of people have said that it's pretty good. So I trust that. But yeah. What else? There was another AI model called Q something Quant. I think Quant. Yeah. Same thing, kind of open source, available, running on your machine. Chinese. And pretty good as well. So these are things that I kind of run through and appreciate. Like I have used local rendering. I think I'm using Llama for my translation stuff for the app. So yeah, designing an app from scratch that should support both dark and light mode. Do you design both at the same time? I don't really care. I design, so it depends. Let me backtrack on what I just said. I will design it with the one type of mode. Usually, if I know that the client is mostly going to use the light mode, I'm going to design the light mode. If I know that the client is going to be dark mode first, I'm going to use the dark mode as my base when I'm designing it. But I'm going to assume that we're using the system for 95% of the content. Like the only thing that would change would be like the accent color might be a specific accent color, and that's it. So if you don't have an accent color that is like, or if you have an accent color that is something else that the system doesn't have, then you kind of need to have it managed in a dark mode and light mode way. But if that's not the case, and you use the system things, as in you use system backgrounds, primary colors, if you are designing an Android app, you are going to use surface and on surface, or secondary on secondary. Like these things are built in the code and in the system. And for the iOS apps, it's kind of the same thing. Like here, this is dark mode, right? But because I built it in a way that is native, it's not perfect, but it works. I had to do some tweaking for the navigation at the bottom to have like a bit more contrast. You can't really see that on stream. I'm sorry about that. I know about it. But most of the things in there are just, because they are system based, they just work. Like the gradient in the middle for the thing, the small, very subtle background behind the options, that, or these specifically, are things that are just working in both views because I'm using the native elements. So I don't really give a shit about it. I just know that when I'm sending the design to the dev, which for these apps, that's myself, um, which I know that helps, but I just know that if I'm sending that to a dev, I will say, well, use the system things, like ensure that the system default is observed and that you're using on surface or primary, like for example, everything that is white, like the text at the top, the text in the card, the text in the options on that quiz specifically, these are using primary color. And primary in iOS or dot primary for color is white. Whereas here, if it's the primary color in light mode, it's black. And that's it. And I didn't have to think about it. It's just like that's how primary color in iOS. Cool. And for Android, it's kind of the same thing. It's surface, like surface color is the background, and so on surface is the opposite. So if my surface color is the background and it's white, the on surface is going to be the opposite to have the maximum amount of contrast ratio so that you ensure readability, which makes a lot of sense. And then when you switch modes, it just switches back to the opposite, which, that makes sense. But the same thing here. I have like my main color being like the indigo color, but maybe you do like the green, and it's the same. Like it's because I'm using the accent color in iOS as a native thing, I get it works the same way. Like I don't have to think about it much. It's just these are the things that we have, and the whole app works in any option, any version, any things. It just works. So for apps specifically, I'm gonna tell you use the one that the client wants. Like if you know that you are the client, that's my case. For this app specifically, um, I'm gonna go back there. I'm gonna stay there. For this app specifically, thank you for the nav. Um, I knew that I would just use it dark mode most of the time. Like my phone is in dark mode, and I designed it dark mode, but I used the native stuff, meaning that when I turned on light mode, it just worked, and I didn't have to think about it. They had some issues. Like at some point, you might see that, but if you look at the navigation at the bottom right here, the icon that is selected, that white icon on top of that gray is a bit hard to read. And here, it's still the same, but you can see that the other ones are black. So I had to force selected is white. But that's like a one thing across the entire app. So not much. Like really not much to think about. Like everything is just there. Things work. Illustration works in all modes. So that. I guess the thing that I need to change is the progress icons on the side. The icons in yellow are visible in dark mode. You can't see them much, but I can see them when you're close to the screen. But like the icon in yellow, which is like this one specifically, is like at the end on the far right, is more visible here than it is there, like there. It's not. It's not. Like, not there. Not. You don't know. Even if I'm close to it, I can't really see the details of that icons. Cool. So here, for example, I will need to go in the code and say, observe the theme. If light, then primary. If not, yellow. Like if it's dark or if it's not dark, then you display yellow. Otherwise, primary. Or the opposite. I forgot. But yeah. Other than that, yeah, mostly just works. So yeah. But if your client is going to be mostly dark mode, start with dark, ensure that everything works in dark mode, and then as much as possible, use the system things when the dev is working on it. If you want the dev, use the system default. And then once that's mastered, or that you have the entirety of the dark mode version of the app working, turn your phone in light mode, see where things break, take screenshots, fix these, and that's it. Like that's basically how I receive. Nope, achieved. That's basically how I achieved this app specifically in 3 months. I took the first months in figuring out stuff. I took the second months in figuring out the navigation at the bottom because that was a pain. And then I just tweaked things when I needed to, when it was like dark mode, light mode, changing icons, changing color scheme. Like the green mode is good in light, but the blue mode isn't. So that's a thing that I can't really tweak much unless I change the entire blue color. But yeah, that's like the main reason being because I'm using system default. Everything works fine. So yeah. See, we learned something today. That is the goal. That is the goal of the Mondays. And then if you're doing cross platforms, which is not what I did, but it is a thing. Like if you're doing this, because that's what I do, or what I did. That's gonna take a while to build. But the Android version of the same app is native code as well. So that's good. I can use the native stuff, which is like not more easily, but kinda. But observing the system defined colors or the system defined themes, that is easier in a native setup, because you can just say, well, that's the native stuff. So just observe system, be good with it. So if you have like something like React Native, for example, it might be a tad more complex to handle these, like cross-platform. Is this dark mode? Is this light mode? Does it work? Does it not work? Type of situations. But yeah, other than that, most things work. I'm really happy with what I kind of achieved with the Android version of the app and the iOS version of the app. Like there are things that are obviously broken and obviously not the same, but for most of the cases, I'm kind of good. and it does work. So these are just struggling right now. So yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. But that's just because I have what is that thing? Come on. I forgot if that works. It does work. So yeah, like most things kind of works. Some things are broken, because most thing kind of works in both platforms, which is what we wanted. But that's the same thing. That because I have native code on both, I can do on Surface on Android, primary on iOS, which was a bit of a pain because primary in Android is the primary color, and primary in iOS is black or white, and accent in iOS is the primary color in Android, but accent in Android doesn't mean anything. So when I'm used to type accent color or dot accent for the color, and then I'm trying to type that on Android, it just says that doesn't exist. I'm like, yeah, I forgot that I need to say primary. That's a bit of a pain working in both. So as Tony said, working in cross-platform would be easier to maintain and set up because you just have to do that once. But I just decided to make my life harder. It worked well though. I have, by the way, Stony, you said you could um, get out of the things. Bitch, get the fuck out. Sorry. You could have. You did it, which I appreciate. We're good. I still need to finish the fucking thing, but that's working. That's good. The test has been done for 14 days. I can now apply for production. Not yet. I know no one did anything, and basically the 12th person was myself. I basically clicked the link myself on another phone, and it counted as another person. So, which pissed me off again. Like that really pissed me off because I like I sent this basically sending the entirety of like the comments and the reactions and the people there asking is there like an Android version, and I had a good 100 people ask me like where's the Android version. I was like, soon. And then I released the beta testing for the Android version, and 8 people clicked the link. Like 3 of them is Stony, Cat, and myself, which I sent the link to directly. So they kind of had to click on it at some point. But it pissed me off. Pissed me off. They are the vocal minority of people that were like, oh, we need that on Android. And then 4 people showed up as, oh yeah, I needed that, yeah. Just makes no sense. Huh. Anyways. All that to say that the iOS person or people for the beta testing have been much more efficient. 1,100 people in beta testing is crazy. It shouldn't happen. That's way too much. So, that. Nonetheless, right now I'm working on the. Right now, I'm working on. What's this? I want this. Dang. That's the one that I'm working on the most. This one doesn't work as well as I wish it would. And this one is API rate limited. Yeah. No, this is Loimf. I know. But I read that as Loimf. Don't ask. But MILF will 100% work. Yes, they are the same thing. At the end of the day, I do think the probability of this being the output, like that's a high probability with less space in between these and these, but that's just because I'm using Fiona code right now. But not exactly. But yeah, Loimf is how I read it. The brackets is because the thing that is in here is viable based on what I want to have. So it could be this, but this takes way too much space, so I can't do that. I mean, I can, but I would basically need to say like this is like -12, and then this is -12 as well. It kind of works, but it feels weird, and it doesn't look as good as this. Not that any of these are done in any ways. Neither is this. This one is just air is just a bit of a weird thing. I just wanted like a glass pane as a concept, but it doesn't work. I need a different app icon. Nonetheless, I've been working on that. It still doesn't work. It still doesn't work. Pisses me off. It's processor intensive, memory intensive. It shouldn't be. It should be lightweight, and it isn't. So yeah, as I said at the beginning of the stream, this is the first one is outside of my understanding, but not like outside because like it's a tiny bit outside, like it's miles outside of my understanding of how I need to do things. And apparently it's miles outside of how I need to, or how the AI is supposed to do things as well. So that's complex. It doesn't work. That's all I'm saying. It still doesn't work. But yeah, I've been on that. I'm working on these two most of the time, and these two, and this one most days, and then this one as well. They kind of have the same functions. The difference is that this one is macOS only, and this one is TypeScript. So that's easier. The thing that I had to do here, I done them in a day here, and it's still not working on native, which I'm almost almost about to say that I retract my saying of saying that I like Swift UI work because it's easier than Android work. Mac OS? Huh. It's another thing. Working on a Mac OS app for the past week has been challenging compared to working on the iOS app. So, yeah. And then I'm working on that from time to time.
Mum!
Because it still has updates, has progress, has stuff. I kind of struggle with the view, the things. Like, it just doesn't make sense. Did I do that here? Nah. I may have. Bitch. Sorry. Nah. That was loud. I forgot if that is the thing. Yeah. Same. That's probably not the one. Probably not. Like, I absolutely forgot where, how, if. Yeah, that's not the thing. That's not the thing. Yes. None of the AI related assistants are going to be good. I should say that. Like, most, if not all, are outdated because their training models usually stops in 2023 unless you have internet capabilities, as in Cursor, for example, you have the ability to fetch things through websites. So if you type like a URL, it will kind of look at things and try to figure it out. Like with the native macOS app that I'm trying to build, Trey basically said, I mean, Claude basically said, I see the issue, which he doesn't, but still, you are trying to build for macOS 15.2, which doesn't exist. I'm like, no, it does exist. I am on 15.2, but it's just like because it's a beta test things. Um, it just yeah, it is annoying that they are not up to date, which I understand. It makes sense. But it's kind of sad that they have to revert most of the times. Bitch, can you just launch? Like, why? Yeah, I thought that was there. Same thing. I don't know how to use these things. I do not. Yeah, that makes no sense. That makes no sense. Yeah, I think that's what, again, that's what we kind of said AI should be doing. Like, we should have the setups done for us rather than having to do it. I think, I'm unsure. Unsure. Um, Tailwind has said npx install Tailwind CSS is gonna do the setups for you, whereas npm install Tailwind is gonna install the dependency, but then you still need to do the rest of the setup. So npx is doing the setups, but also I don't know because I'm not using that. So yeah, it's it is annoying that they are not up to date. I agree with that, and also it is annoying that it doesn't do the basic setups. Like if you, or it does the basic setups for things that they have been trained on. So Vite apps are pretty simple, like TypeScript apps are pretty simple and they kind of work. But also, like for someone like you that has the knowledge, that know how things work, you would be able to say, well, that's not right. That's not the right plugin, library, version, something. But for me, I'm like, yeah, I don't know why it doesn't work. That's all I can say. Like, the amount of still doesn't work, nope, doesn't work, this is giving us an error, that doesn't build. Like that, these are the messages that I send most of the time to the chats. It's like just, yep, nope, not working. Here are the logs. Then, yeah. So again, it's the it's the same thing that I usually say, which is these tools are meant for a very specific type of people or person that is not the power users. Like an experienced dev do not need AI chat assistant. They need like scripts that do the setups of things faster or easier or whatever. But it's the same thing as me and Webflow. Like Webflow is great for a designer that has no understanding of code at all, has a bit of a concept of what it does, but not really as in depth as myself, because I am more most of the time shouting at Webflow saying that this is shit and it should be faster in code. Me and a designer that doesn't have that knowledge will just fly through because it's just how Webflow works. That makes sense for them. So I guess it's kind of the same thing. Um, yeah, like I kind of did the same thing. The air project that I was working on, I started without any design. I decided to say, you know what, I'm gonna try to do just by using text and see if it works. And I did that for half a week, and then um, on Saturday I had to do some design because it just didn't work. And now in 2 days, I kind of fixed the issues and the setup and the flows, most of it. So yeah, yeah. I guess to have access to documentation that makes sense. Um, but yeah, and congrats on Chinchiro for the first client. Um, learn about combo classes. The im- important, yes. The important things in there is um, like ensuring that you have the ability to understand that here, like if I have this element there and it has a very specific style, it has the side text menu class, but also the top help class, which is two different things that work together. So the combo class in CSS, you know how that works, but this is kind of the same thing, but it's in there in the editor. And so that top help is giving me something specific, and that side menu is giving me basically how these things kind of exist. So these are the bases, and the pretty much useful for styling content. But then anything else will just have like the class for the CSS. This is around here, and the rest is just like everywhere. It's the same kind of content. You usually need, as you can probably see, my first name here has a subclass called Anatole for some reason, and then my last name is heading ID. That's the two things. So then I would say this is the base, and the main content, the thing that you need to kind of focus on is ensuring that you understand how the inspector work, because once you have that understood, you're kind of good. And because you already have the understanding of Figma, the like the navigation with the layers and all that, that's going to be pretty easy. And then you just need to know like add an element or the A key to get access to that tray, um, like that quick tray. But yeah, there's also like the shift enter, I think, or something else. I forgot exactly which one it is, but um, there's another one that gives you like a bit of a quick access in the center of the page, which I forgot. Obviously, I haven't set foot in this thing since, well, since I did this one, which was on stream in 2021. So it's been 4 years. I don't know what I did. I don't know how I did it. All I know is that I did thing. It kind of worked. We were happy with it, and yeah, that's about it. Yeah, But yeah, other than that, for Webflow overall, um, for the basics, like ensure that you have the same kind of mindset that you had in Figma, as in stacks are really good, um, as in also layout stacks, and like everything is a flex box. So most of these are going to be the most useful, um, like controls. I guess controls are going to be good. So flex is what I use most of the time, and then it's just whatever that you want and how do you want it to work, blah 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 blah. All that, pretty good. There is no need for me to give you the quick tips of if you hold command or shift while you're doing something, it basically moves like both thing in the same time. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Um, but yeah, other than that, that's about it. You will have most of your animations and things in the animation tray at the bottom, in the effects. That is just not worth the time in the beginning to take the time to learn that. Not not in the beginning. But yeah, the for clients. So you said, let me go back. Um, e-commerce project. So it's gonna use a CMS collection to get like the entries. I think I'm unsure. I think Webflow has had a partnership with Shopify now, so you probably have the ability to just like import or build like a Shopify website through Webflow and have like the CMS collection be there and linked to it. I haven't tried that out, so I can't confirm, but I feel like this is a pretty viable option to have. But yeah, I guess it depends on the prices. I think Shopify is $100 like $90, right? But yeah, um, I'm so again, I'm not saying that it would be easier to do Shopify. It's just that it is the norm, and there is security, there is safety, there is like threat protection type of shit that is included in Shopify. Webflow does the same thing for sure, but it might not be as reliable. If it is a cost differences, like the client is going to pay anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's a pretty good thing. That's a pretty good strategy as well, to teach him like kind of sometimes you need to have help from external people that are not in the company, and you need to pay them a fair rate. So yeah, that's good. That's good. Good thinking. But yeah, no, other than that, I think the Shopify thing is going to be pretty good. They have like again, they have a ton of e-commerce stuff. The main issue that I have, personally speaking, with Webflow is the simplification of complexity and the complexification of simplicity. I know this is weird, but most of the things that should be simple in code are harder to do in Webflow, and most when you know code. And most of the things that are very complex in code are simpler to do in Webflow. Though, not all the times. And the reason why I like Shopify for e-commerce more is because you basically have the ability to just say, I need a website that will use Shopify, and you get a website through Shopify with a template, with something, and it is done, and you don't have any Webflow related stuff. So, but it's based on a template. And it looks like all of the other, like Shopify websites, which I understand in a way when you want like a different brand, but also it's just the simplicity. And this is more me speaking to the clients rather than me speaking to Shanturo right there. As in, if I was to build some sort of a e-commerce for t-shirts of things right now, I would go with Fourth Wall, I would go with Shopify, I would go with something else, but I wouldn't build my own. Like I would just use one of the existing platforms, build something there, see if the product are successful, and if I have enough success on this, then I'm gonna buy a nicely made website, but not first. Or at least not at first. So maybe they already have done that. I don't know. But yeah, what do you mean this chat thing is annoying? Which one? What are you talking about? Oh, that. Yeah. Good. You basically removed him from No Mercy into something different. That's good. It's good. Bit of thinking difference sometimes help. But yeah, Chris, that's basically most of it. Like it, me as a designer, if I have a client coming to me for an e-commerce website, I would highly recommend them to use not me. Otherwise, I will cost them what they will make in the first year. So that's not recommended. And then if they make enough money in the first year, and they know that they have like a bit of a sustainable thing, then yeah, they can work with someone else. But yeah, again, this is some of the thing that is we talked about it. Where's this bitch? There. No. You remember this? Right? If you have a web design project and it is a small to medium business and you put your rate at like $50 an hour, I don't know, and you will work for 1,000 hours. That's the easiest thing to put. And it's boring as fuck and you don't like it. Then in order to like make it worth your while, you need to ensure that, you know, it's priced appropriately. But if it's like, yeah, it will change your life, then yeah, you know what? Yeah, cool. I'm good with that. Like there is a very different amount of money that you can just add up on top of stuff to just say, well, I'm not hyped by this project in any way, shape, or form, and therefore, in order to for you as a client to pay me to then be motivated to work for you, I'm gonna have like a boring charge in there. So, yeah. Again, yeah, I agree. But like, if you go with a low rate and you say that you only work 100 hour on a project and it's boring, and then you will hate yourself with will change nothing. That might be like a just a 2 week project that costs like 6K, and that's fine. Yeah. Nonetheless. Shit, not then. As always. Check that out. Shit, that's the wrong button. Um, and yeah, the taxes is annoying. By the way, talking about taxes and thing that you said that I didn't know what I was talking about last week about building like an energy drink store next to the gym. The cost of um, activities was roughly what I had in mind. So it cost roughly 6 to 10K in Paris, based on where you are and the lease and all of that, to operate and have stock and have like employees, which wouldn't be the case in the first place, but then also marketing and other things. To 6 to 12K a month, roughly, to just operate, which is basically what I had in mind, which was comprised into the rent price that I was talking about, and with a can at $3 to $4 per can, because they are exotic energy drinks that are not really found anywhere else. That basically means roughly with a 1,000 to 2,000 can per month sold, which is a lot. But because it would be placed on the way to the gym and it's between two gyms, I think it's feasible. But it would be more hard work than what I was talking about, in a way. And again, as you said, having a vending machine would be way better. Like buying a vending machine, placing it at the gym, and just saying, I take care of the refills, I take care of everything. You take 30% off what it is, and yeah. Yeah. It's not that we don't want to work. I mean, your dog got stolen, Chris. So yeah, I wouldn't. I'd. the the thing that I saw, your tattoo artist saw a picture of your dog last week on Facebook. That is crazy. First of all, what the fuck is your tattoo artist doing on Facebook? That's the first question. Second question, how are they shirts yours? I mean, probably. But goddamn, that's crazy. But yeah, no, you're right. I think there are like a ton of AI generated voiceover Reddit questions type of things on TikTok all the time, and one of them that comes often is you get paid 100K a year, or you get paid 1 million a year, but you need to do a specific type of work, but you need to work. Like you still get paid 1 million a year, but you still need to work and do the 35, 40 hours a week. Um, with the 20 days of vacation per year. Like it's very American. Um, and then people in the comments, like that's the goal for these things, are basically saying, well, if the money wasn't really an issue, what would you do for work? That's the question. And most people are saying other thing that is like really different than what they currently do. And I'm like, yeah, I would do the exact same thing if I could just be paid and um, and do what I'm doing now. I would do that. And yeah, so the work that I'm doing is not killing me inside. It's just the clients right now don't exist, which is kind of sad. At least she had escaped from the captors. Someone was asking whose dog it was. He and I both messaged, showed proof it was ours, mentioned police reports, that I'm ghosting you, sad. So my dad is the owner picked her up already. Sad. Um, mm, yeah, that's kind of sad. That is sad news. I can't rely on that. I don't understand. I don't understand why you would take a dog and then not take care of the dog. Like, I don't. It's weird. Yeah, I don't get it. That's what I'm gonna say. Yeah, I know. Um, yeah, I mean, I don't. First of all, stealing a dog, I don't get it. But then stealing a dog and not taking care of the dog that you stole, I don't. I don't get it even more. Like it's just it makes no sense to me. Makes no sense. Yeah. You know that's basically what I need if I wanted to become like more famous and have more viewers is a dog or a cat. Bed right there with a dog or a cat right here for the whole stream. And a camera on the dog. That is instant 10 plus viewers added to the chat, like instant. As soon as the cat or the dog is cute, they, yeah, you get like a doggo cam, a cat cam. That is a cheat sheet on streams. It works. Maybe I'm gonna 3D myself there. Um, Stony, that's what happened. Um, Animals get big real fast, like real fast. It is kind of crazy. Like cat in chat sent me pictures of the kitten that her mom found, Romeo, and then that was 1 week, and then 2 weeks later, and then a month later, the thing is already built. I guess.
What's up, you just resubscribed for 4 months. AAOAEYESA.
Why is that voice change? That's crazy. It sounds so weird. Maybe they used AI now. Subpar, thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate that. 4 months. God damn. That's a lot. Appreciate it. With Prime. God damn. With Prime. Yeah, it sounds weird. Also, Sony, your automated message. Weird. I appreciate the business money. Yes, 100%. The Bezos coins. Uh, yeah, no, I agree with that. I agree with that. I feel like your chatbot may want to. I don't know. Do other things. Um, oh, God damn. Oh. 30. That's a lot. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Do you have a bot that could type in chat that I could mod? Can you mod a mod? Can you mod another person? Or is that... Hmm. I see. That's interesting. Oh, fuck. Ah. Golly. Oh, I forgot about that. Important stuff. Let me blow your mind by the French. Let me bitch, get the fuck out of here. 1 second. Alan, hi. Welcome back. How are you? So, for the past week, since I've been talking about the fact that my internet is shit, obviously, everything is listening to me. So, I've been kind of like spammed on Instagram by this. This is the BNU box fiber optic thing for $25 a month, or $24 a month. Right? Good. And they are advertising, or they were advertising 8 gigs down and 2 gigs up. And that was the advertisement yesterday. And today, since I've came here multiple times, they now have reduced that to 2 gigs, which is really interesting. But I went to the store this morning and I said, I'm interested in that, to change my current box to this. And they were like, yeah, that cost $42. And they said, oh yeah, it's a very different like speed and a very different like services, because obviously French, all that. That is twice as much for the same quality of things, and they were advertising this amount, which is false. So since I complain, then. So now what's gonna happen is free is not necessarily good for me. Like I think the only one that would be good is this one, which is like $40 a month, but technically it's $50 a month. And it's 8 gigs up and 8 gigs down, which is good. But also, I don't trust free. I have a lot of issues with them for many reasons. But I went to my previous ISP, which is not this one, which is... I'm not, sadly. I was. I came back. And so now they have this offer, bitch, that is still not loading. Obviously, I'm looking for a competitor website. So yeah. Yeah. Chris, I do think that the $10 is pretty viable. So now I'm looking at this one, and I kind of, bitch, not that. Sorry, wrong button. I'm kind of talking with them to take this because it is like 8 gigs up, 8 gigs down. And it is $34.99, which is basically like the same. Like it's a tad cheaper. The thing is, this is $40 for a year, and then after a year, it's interesting. What happened? Stony, what happened? So that, right, is like 50 after a year, and then this one is 52 after 6 months. So there is a lot of things, but basically both of them are 8 gigs in, 8 gigs out. So I'm debating. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go there because I just trust Orange more. But I don't know. Free is just weird. Also, free is not free. It's free. It is very, very, very French pronounced. So it is free, not free. Free. Like F-R-I. Free. But yeah, it is really weird to me. I don't trust that. And then some of the things that is interesting in the Orange, not Orange, Orange version is that they do have a minus $5 per streaming service. So if I have Netflix and I'm paying for Netflix, they are giving me a $5 discount per month because I have Netflix, but I'm now going through them and paying through them to have like a $5 discount. And if I have Disney Plus, they have another $5 discount. So basically, right now I only have this one. But if I had these two, the official price would be $24.99 for 6 months, and then basically $42.99, which makes it way more interesting. I just have one, so it's just like 5 off, so it's just $30 a month. But you know, dang, is really interesting. Nonetheless, that doesn't mean anything. If the guy calls me tomorrow morning and says that he has a box in stock, I will go there and get that. And then at the end of the week or the beginning of next week, we should have 8 gigs up, 8 gigs down. If I'm getting this one, which I don't want to, it's gonna be the same thing, but it's gonna take a longer time. But yeah, that's the plan. So, yeah, I don't know how and why they have like 8 gigs. I feel like this is not really. I don't know. 8 gigs down makes no sense. 8 gigs up makes a lot of sense for me. Like, think about it. If I'm starting to get 8 gigs up, I'm streaming on YouTube, on Kick, on TikTok, on Instagram, on Twitter, on every platform at the same time. It wouldn't even make a dent in the output upload. Like, that would be amazing if it's stable. But the thing that I'm like debating right now with the free option is the orange. The orange option is with a contract of 1 year, like 12 months contract. The free option is without. So you basically have the ability to get the discounted price for like 1 year and then cancel and then move on to something else. But yeah, I just yeah, and they are the only two current companies that kind of do 8 gigs up and down. I don't know. Nonetheless, we need to change the speed of the stream to be able to have like a very good flow. That's the plan. So with that in mind, we'll see. But yeah. Well, the 8, that's 8 gig. Yeah. That is that's expensive. I mean, isn't it the same fucking price for all of them? Like, you basically have the same thing. You have 2 gigs up and down, which is pretty good for $30. After a year, it becomes 60. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But is that the same thing as me when you need to have like a contract for 24 years, 24 years, 24 months? Or is it something that you just have like a contract of 12 months? Therefore, you basically are paying this, and then you cancel this, you go back to this one, or you move out to a new option. That's basically what I do. Because it's easier, it's better, get cheaper outputs. You know, dang. And and that overlay is wrong 100%. That is broken to I can't fix department. I tried. It just doesn't want to go out. It should get out. When you made too many mistakes and you don't have any lives, uh, this should go out, but it doesn't. So yeah, other than that, but it is wrong, yes. Yeah. So I'm gonna say that to you. The app is not meant for you to learn the language. So if like you can only check and break stuff. That's what I'm saying. Um, like it's meant for people that already have the understanding and just need either a refresher um, or access to vocabulary, but you already have the knowledge, so you won't learn. I'm sorry, uh, not yet, but yeah, that's yeah, I know, I know. I'm debating. My brain is debating so much. Like right now, if I change with the free version, uh, I'm getting $12 more. I'm paying $12 more than what I'm paying today for the first year, and then I need to contract hop or cancel, but it's without contract, so that's really good. Otherwise, I'm getting the other one, which is just 1 year max, and it is better when it comes to services, and it's the internet that we used to have, but it's also like $60, so it's $40 more expensive than what I'm paying now. So I don't know. I'm broke. But that's the thing. If the stream needs to go, I don't know. Um, yeah, it comes down to reliability. I agree with that. Basically, Orange, the one that I had before, is very stable and pretty good in the long term. Like most of the things that we had, or the streams that we had before, were really stables. And it's just because I found the ad for the box that I have right now, and I had no money coming in. I still don't have money coming in, but that I switched. But yeah, yeah. I have fiber right now, which is pretty good. The thing that is pissing me off is that the technician that is supposed to come in and do the change is gonna do that and take his sweet time to do it when it takes like 5 minutes every time. It's just it pisses me off. Anyways, all that to say, that was the announcement type of thing, but all that to say that there might be a day that we need to switch or skip stream to have things happen. And next week Monday, yes, next week Monday there will be no stream. Probably. We haven't decided yet. We'll see. I don't think so. I don't have a second chair for the person that will be here to be on stream as well. So, yeah, that would be weird, right? Having someone else far away on the bed behind, because it's the only spot. There is no other place to sit. Like I don't have a second chair. So that's the thing. Why? Why? Yeah. Yes. It's a different type of stream. I don't think they would, based on the distance they need to travel to come here. Would probably not happen to have like one of these. I don't think that works. Sturdy. I mean, technically it didn't work, and it didn't stay visible for a small second. But yeah, so there will probably be no stream on Monday, and if that's the time when we have the box be installed, that means Dapshi, have a good rest of your day. That means that the overall, like, you sent me nothing. The GIF itself has nothing. Or not much. Oh yeah, that. I see. That it took way too long to get the content. Anyways. So yeah, that might happen. That's all I'm saying. That we may have finally a change of internet provider. Therefore, there might be a day off stream because no internet or internet.
Pericella Fifol is now following.
That is so such a weird voice. Pericella Fifol. That sounds very French of you. I don't know why. That name sounds strange, but how are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, it sounds like I would Pericella Fifol, you know, like very, very French. Mainly it's the Fifol thing, but because of the 2L. I don't know. Maybe. Nonetheless, might not have stream next week. But might, I don't know. Lead UI artist in Microsoft Flight Simulator. That's pretty cool. Well, we don't really do dev stuff. We do design here. I'm a UI designer, UX designer, product designer. Been one for 20 years, roughly 16 to be exact, but like 20 in total. So yeah, do we have yaps right there? Like Japanese stuff, very slur, French slur of calling the Asian population from Japan. That is really bad. That is really bad. Good, much better. Yes, I did. I did miss some ass. I agree. God damn, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. What do you do on UI Microsoft Flight Simulator? First of all, I haven't played. I have only seen clips of other people playing and trying to find like their friends' houses. Like I'm trying to see what type of UI you have in there. do you mean? What do you mean, enfant? Making all the menus HUD and plain cockpit. That's pretty impressive. That is really good. Congrats on that. That I know that the praise that has been on Microsoft Flight Simulator, specifically from the previous version, not the newer one, but like I think the the one before, um, mostly by the plane community for how good and how detailed the models were and the realisticness of the planes themselves, the inside and all that. So that's really good. So if you are the lead on that, that is congrats. Are you working in I'm not sure. Are you working in La Défense? I don't know if Microsoft is there. I feel like they're not. Maybe they are. Oh, Saint-Péray. Um, I see. It is impressive. Like if you like stuff and if the HUDs are the thing that you kind of like, I I mean, I don't see why you would say that it's not good. You know, like like I've done stuff that shouldn't be done in my tool, and no, I mean it's just it works. It works. It works. Eh, as in, can I go blank again? Like most of the people that I'm following and not seeing, but like kind of seeing. God damn it! I don't see the things. The thing that I was on earlier. Patience, hi. Uh, Stonebot, that is not good. That's weird. Why? Stony, I need answers. I need answers on this one. Yeah, we were looking at this, but from someone else. Like that feels weird and wrong and not really good. Um, no, 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 no. Like these ones, kind of have looked at and were talking about earlier. Some of the things that are kind of HUD related and animation related, all of that, pretty impressive. Well, I think they are. Um, we have nothing planned on Mondays. We are in L days, which are learning days. We learn something. Earlier, there was a question about animations, motion design, and how to like kind of convey a specific feeling through motion. So that was the initial chat and talks. But once we have learned something, whatever something is, and we move on to most of the questions, usual things in design, which is like if you have design question, just ask away, and we can chat about it. That's mostly what we do around here. Um, the main goal of the stream, as always, is to answer a design question because I have worked for so long. I can help new or other designers to make better decision in some cases, or if I have encountered other issues or problems, I can help avoid encountering the same issues for new or existing projects. So yeah, it's pretty interesting things. We talked about AI, obviously, because that happens. And yeah, and you know, HUDs. The thing, I guess, the ones that I have in mind are mostly the ones that are in the movies and other application things like that. Um, which you probably don't do these because I don't think the flight simulators have futuristic ones like these. But these are cool, and that's what I'm visualizing in my head when I'm thinking about what you do. I like a lot. I like a lot. I wanted to have at some point. I wanted to have like a stream overlay, which is like this, as a either a redeem or something else, something that would be like a transformation of the stream, like the same way that the this is aesthetic or the glitch me effect that we have on stream could work, but eh, it requires so much work in OBS to make sure that it works that yeah. Yeah, it is. And it's really cool. Like it has like so much potential and so much concepts that can go through. What I do love about these and what I use most of the time is going to be UI or interface in game, because that is, to me at least, most of the beneficial learning material. So anything that is going to be the HUDs or like the FPV overlays type of things, when you're looking at something, that to me is mostly important, impressive. Like it's one of the only, yeah, it is. It's one of the only button I clicked or only times that I saw someone do something and I'm like, yeah, that deserves like $50 for sure. Like that is impressive. The amount of work that went into to just all the fucking games. Looking at it, taking screenshot, references, specifics, like all of that is impressive. It is the same thing as 60 FPS if you have been there before. Like these guys are manually like looking at things, either recording or asking for recordings and then just publishing stuff in there. So for example, if I'm going into apps in education, right there you have like shit like this, which shows you this, and they went through the app and in the full record, I mean the full recording, did the recording themselves on my own app. Like they went in and just did. Oh, you know what? We're gonna check the navigation and see how it works, and just played with it. So that level of dedication to showcase something in, at least to me, for designers specifically, that is really good. So when I'm here and I'm looking at 60 FPS or other platforms like interface in game that have or had to go through the game, record that section, play the flow in a way that makes sense so that people understand the transitions and what is in there, what isn't in there, what happens, what doesn't happen. Like all of that is really, really cool. So, oh, you can see the card behind under the nav bar. Say that again in a way that makes sense. You mean here? The fact that um the nav bar here has transparency? That's what you're asking? It doesn't hurt. It's the glass morphism. Also, it is very blurred, so it doesn't really matter. It is broken. It is not blurred on Android. I cannot make it blurred on Android. I've tried. It breaks. It is bad design on Android. I agree. I agree. I had to do like a basic overlay, like black overlay on top. No, no. They are kind of cute. They just give you the hint that this character specifically is about to be mastered or close to be mastered. So just shine a bit more. All that. Chris, hi, welcome back. Nah, no gradient to black. No. It's also like really much more interesting when you have like the highlight glass with color. If it's not with color, it's just it's okay. It's fine. It's fine. How are you, Chris? How have you been? You haven't been here in a week? But yeah, no. I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. Well, these, I like these ones as well. I like that as well. I'm thinking about adding more stars, and I've been like kind of saving stars. That sounds so weird. Specifically on Pinterest, and not entirely animations or already animated things, but mostly like how things could look. Like this one is really, really crayon. God damn it. I don't know how to say that. The type of animation or potential kind of jinx-ish. You have these that are really, really cute. That also gives you these. So that I kind of like this as references. And then I've been looking at many of the extremely Japanese inspired, Chinese inspired like illustrations with very hard and stamp like carved wood thing that I could use for stars for events, for organic events. So shit like this or like this would work as well, because obviously the app is like a Japanese learning app, so having something specifically these as a transition or as a tiny animation here and there when you end up being, I don't know, reaching your 7th day. So your 1 week streak arrives, so you have like a bit of a star at the end, which is a bit more fun thinking about that. But just, more complex to do. Or I just go with that. That's just weird. I just, yeah, just full on arcane animations type. Yeah, I've been thinking about a lot of these things to add. Like that. Are you bored sometimes of designing things? No. No. That's the easiest answer. I am bored of doing the same things. So if I'm working on something and the project itself doesn't really progress, there is no improvement, there is no new versions, there is no new challenges to achieve or things to scratch my head around. I'm getting bored of that, but I'm not getting bored of design. I'm basically, as I just said, getting bored of the stagnation of the design or the stagnation of the project itself. So if something doesn't really improve or change, I'm like, yeah, okay, cool. Let's move on to something else. And like, which is the reason why this project kind of stagnated, moved to this one, which is the Japanese app. It's kind of at a point where it's stagnating. So I'm struggling hard to continue doing the multilingual things, but that's the thing that I need to release before I can release the Android version. But that's also the reason why I have these 5 projects running at the same time. And yeah, so I'm just craving like the diversity and lack of boredom by making different things. But designing and designing things in there, not bored. Not at all. Not yet. Soon. Maybe. I don't think. I don't think so. But also the thing that I kind of shared many times is that if you think of design as app design and the only thing that you do is these, you just do cards and models and things. Yes, it can be boring, but you can also think of these where you have like really different UI type. So that's really interesting to build as well. It's a bit of a challenging thing, but you can also think about this. That is design in a way. This is like a model, 3D model for an architecture project. That is really interesting. It has a lot of head scratching to be done to make sure that you understand how the building works, how the flow of things around it works as well. Why has it been built this way? Why not? All that. So I do like all of these things. And so there is so much creativity, variety in the content or in the thing that can be the content that, yeah, I don't think I've not ever been bored, but kind of, not often, not much, not ever, no, not much. And something that I kind of said before is, let's say you are building this app design, very simple, you work on that, you want something kind of new, and all of the inspiration that you have is other app designs, right? Maybe this one is interesting because of the cards, but it is an app design. You are not limited to this. You can go into this, which is a game design thing. Maybe these cards or these progress things could work for your app, or the concept of it could work, as in these cards, like the design of this card could work. But that's from a game. Maybe you are interested in something kind of different. I don't know. And you say, well, I do like the ornaments here. And that design could be implemented in your app as ornaments in a card. Would that match the aesthetic of the app? I don't know. Maybe it does, but the inspiration comes from something that is truly different. Or maybe you like, I don't know, that. What can that do for your app specifically? Where when you look at it, you're like, well, this is an asymmetric design where the flaps of the pants is going on top of the other side and it has like this diagonal thing. maybe we could have something in the cards in the app that has a flap that goes on top of the existing thing to showcase, I don't know, a badge, an activity, a status, and that's inspired by this. And that's a pet. And it works for inspiration. So, like most people, or at least for me, from what I've seen,
Stony_Eagle gifted Dabshi 173 a subscription. Stony_Eagle
Why?
gifted a tier 1 sub to Dabshi 173.
why?
They have given 130 gift subs in the channel.
Why? Thanks a lot for the gift subs, Tony. Appreciate it. Minus 113. Just for the bots, you just needed like to have a gifted sub somewhere. I get it. I get it. Like right now, I know we talked about it before, but I love this. I love this. And I hate it at the same time. But I love this. Because I think this would be a very, very good way of learning Japanese in terms of skill tree. Based on how I built my app, which is clustered in sections, they have relationship in between each of them.
Stony_Eagle just gifted 1 subs.
I can't wait for you to gift 5. If you find, or if you plan on gifting 5, just to know how a sub bomb works, you just wait. You might be surprised. But yeah, like I've been thinking about that. And it could work. I kind of did like I forgot if it's in clothes somewhere. Denny, hi, welcome back. How are you? One sec. I can't find the thing. Oh, there. I did this, like, at some point to help me kind of grasp, like, how Japanese is and what things are. So you have the initial Japanese stuff, and then you have, like, the full cuisine, which is related to cooking, then ingredient, then veggies, then leafy green, but also roots. All of that is the type of skill tree things.
Stony_Eagle raided my stream with 3 viewers.
I'm waiting for the 5 bombs. Gonna say nothing. Five gifted subs. Because I think
Jeroen van Wissen just gifted 5 subs.
that happens. Appreciate it. And who did you get though? That is the question. You got Tony, Digibert, Potato Overload, good. Maddie, good job. And Theodoros, congrats. You unlocked the arcane. This is an animation that I made frame by frame on top of the arcane animation. It was a pain in the butt because no one gives subs in here. Yeah. So it is angled in a way that it basically blow me out. when I'm here.
Anyone but just resubscribed for 15 months. Welp.
I appreciate that. Why? Why an hype train? Why? Why? No hype train. That's not. Thanks a lot for the resub, Lenny. 15 months. That's almost a year. Goddamn. But yeah, it's angled in a way that it basically blow me up from this portion of the stream to my camera. So it's supposed to happen when it's there, but I appreciate it. Thanks a lot for the gifted subs. And Danny, to answer your question, I don't know. I don't know this company. I don't know what they do. Clay in general, mainly these ones, which are kind of waxy-ish, maybe kind of complicated to style. And the presentation that they have here, I don't know if it's worth it. And I think I wouldn't unless you have the ability to go test it out. Like if you if you basically have the option to go to a store or to a hair salon or somewhere to test that out, I would highly recommend it because the texture here looks really waxy to me and not clay-like. So, yeah. Also, it's basically here or here. Yeah, this is a wax, which I don't recommend. So, see? Like 1 star, 1 star. There is 9 people that left 1 star, 4 people that left 2, 4 people that left 3. So in total, there's like 13, 14 people that have decided to leave a review under 3 or at 3. So it has 213 reviews in 5 stars. Yes, 100%. But if you want a cream, like something very much creamy, you want a putty and not a clay. A clay usually is supposed to be like soft, but with the texture I can see here, this is wax. This is not creamy at all. And if you need blow drying to ensure that they stay in place, that's no good. That is no good. Like, that's not the texture. That's the texture. So that's, I wouldn't do that. Though, if you have all products, let's see that. Done. If you want something that is probably your hair type, right? She said that you wanted something that is like kind of strong or medium. I guess cream is going to be not really good. Molding paste is not bad. I do like pomade most of the time. They are like really, really soft, and they just goddamn. You rub them in your heads and you're kind of good. The thing is, I don't want to be that guy, but I kind of, I'm about to. If I go into their presentation, And we have. God damn it. What do you mean, handed at level 3? I think this is one of the highest level we've reached. Thanks a lot for the level 3 hype train. I appreciate that. We were on the texture clay, right? I don't want to say that this is the same fucking pictures, but these are the same fucking pictures. And you can't tell me, someone with hair, that the pomade and the clay have the same render. This is wrong. This is not true. And this will never happen. So either they fucked up the pictures, which happens, right? They should have had this, which is more aligned with the pomade, and this maybe as pictures, but not the same. Not the same. And that makes no sense. That can't make sense. So, to answer the question, I don't think you should try to buy that online and then hope for the best. I think you should, if possible, find a store that have them, see if they have like testers, small batches, so that you can see how it works with your hair, all of that. If you can just try it out and install to see the texture, maybe do that. I would highly recommend you to do that, and then maybe buy them online if you like them a lot. Right? Yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't know if they have some sort of tester batch type of things, maybe, to help, but I mean, I doubt it. I doubt it. The thing is, I have a hype train chest that is brand new to me. Well, the thing is, the Pinterest stuff is same thing. It's not going to be reliable. Like, are you that person in the chair? I don't think so. If that's not the case, you don't have the same hairs, you don't have the same texture, you don't have the same everything, and these are the regular stuff, but that's basically how you apply it. So, like, for me, I don't put anything on it, I just have oils, and they kind of stay. Like, I know you want them to be here, right? That's the kind of stuff you want. Kind of sleek back type of thing. You want to stay that there. But it doesn't have anything. It just flows, and sometimes it just goes in the front, sometimes it doesn't. It depends. You know, damn. The Pinterest thing is gonna give you ID for styling, yes, 100%. But product-wise, I don't think you will have enough, not feedback, but like visual information. And again, and I know I've been repeating myself on this one, but what Jeroen said, go to the barbershop when you go there, when you get a haircut. Ask them what they have, and ask them if you can, if they have like testers, ask them if you can try something on that day. Like, maybe you go there every month, like every 3 weeks, every 2 months, it depends. just go there, and when you're there, you say, well, I want to try this product that you have, which is like a putty, and can we try for today for in store the clay? I just want to see how the clay work, how it make my hair look cool. If you like the feel, if you like how it looks, if you like the texture, you can either go out with the putty to test out for the week or the month or whatever, or take the clay because you just like how it looks, and then you test it out for months, and then in your next haircut, you say, well, I didn't really like the clay. I kind of left it on the sink because it just didn't make any changes, or I didn't really like the texture or all that, so I would like to test something else today. And then you test something else today. And yeah, like I'm using oils just because it works. I'm currently on this one, which doesn't help you. It's the end of the parking bottle. This is a Korean brand that is using French on the bottle for some reason. And I'm almost done with it. I bought that when I was in Japan. It's still great. It makes my hair so fucking soft. I love that. But yeah, I need to buy a new bottle of this. Which, you know, is not available. I bought that in July 2024, last year. I do 2 to 3 pumps per application, and nope. Done. You can read again. Yeah, 2 to 3 pumps per application, and I'm doing 1 application per shampoo basically. And I'm not washing my hair every day, but I'm usually have, like, I have a shampoo, like I wash my hair, I put nothing on it other than other product that I need to put on, and then I sleep. So the first day it has nothing, second day has an oil or something, and then third day when I wash again, thing changed. So yeah.
Stony_Eagle raided my stream with 1 viewers.
1 viewers. Goddamn. That's kind of weird. But you got like the auto shout out. That's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. Agreed. Agreed. But yeah, that's about it. My main recommendation is gonna be go to the store, barbershop, hair salon, whatever. Take one of their things and test them out. Like, don't be afraid to just test things out. And yeah, if it doesn't, like, if you don't like it, you don't need to use the full thing. Like, you can just say, well, I fine, didn't like that. And then be good with it. You know, that's an option. You can do that. Not impossible. Yeah, or get samples. The thing is, a sample of clay is going to be way more complicated. So yeah, like it doesn't really work. It doesn't. It does not work. God damn it, that's a lot of things. But yeah, I got surprised right there. Very much surprised. You know, name. I'm thinking at the same time. Obviously. But yeah, get a sample, get a small version if they have like a small version. And if they have kits, like that's something that you can probably find in general, like regular, um, how can I say that? Not drugstore, but like general stores where um, basically they have like a discovery kit, or like Kills or whichever brand has a discovery kit where you have a bit of perfume, a bit of clay, a bit of pomade, a bit of something, right? And you just can test them out. What I'm saying is not for the product, but for the texture and the overall feel of how your hair is with said product. So if you have like a very sample of things of clay, wax, whatever, you can just test it out, and the texture across brands is going to be kind of similar. So a clay will give you a specific texture, which might be dry for you. A wax is going to be pretty holdy, but also it has this kind of oily-ish shine that you might not want, and so on and so forth. So that's the thing, you know. So yeah, you know, they might be interesting and good to have as an overall ID. Nonetheless, I am gonna raid someone that we haven't never raided before that is currently doing some front end work and saying that front end dev is cringe stuff. So we're gonna see that. Never been there. They seems to have a good accent, which is pretty interesting and impressive. And yeah, as always, the stream is gonna be, or the VOD is gonna be on YouTube, as well as if you have a question and I'm not live, you can just join the Discord. That would be highly appreciated. I shall be back on Wednesday, and yeah, you can stalk me online as always. I said a lot of things today, and if you want to learn Japanese, I would highly recommend you to take a look at Can, my Japanese learning app, or if you want to give me money, buy you Icon. You know, that's pretty cool. Anyways, running out of time, as always, in this thing. The leaderboard is still broken. And we have a winner, which is Joran with 38 message. Yeah. That is kind of broken. I would need to fix that. But we'll see. Anyways, as always, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. And I'll see you next time. Bye.